Welcome along to Lake Placid in the beautiful Adirondack Mountains. We're on the banks of Mirror Lake in downtown Lake Placid. Just a fantastic setting. There it is, the wonderful city, and we're in the Olympic Center. There it is in all its glory, sat alongside the Olympic Oval there where Eric Heiden won 5 of his Olympic gold medals. That's the Olympic Center, and we are in the 1980 rink, which has now been renamed the Herb Brooks Arena. Memory, of course, of Herb Brooks, the coach of the 1980 gold medal winning hockey team. What a night that was. 7,500 seater, and it's the venue for the World Synchronized Skating Championships 2023. Second day, medals decided that it could not be more exciting. It's the free skating. We've got 23 teams there, a total of 535 skaters representing 19 ISU member countries. And if you missed the short program yesterday, where were you? You missed the humdinger of a day's competition. It could not be more exciting, as I say. Going into the free, the defending champions, Les Suprêmes from Canada, are just about half a point ahead of the 3-time world champions, Helsinki Rockets from Finland. Behind them, a team that's never been on the podium before, it's Unique, also from Finland. And then just behind them, the other Canadian team, Next Ice, who were the champions back in 2009. They had a fall, but you got to keep your eye on them. In fact, the top 3 teams all got season best scores yesterday. It couldn't be more exciting. Chris Howarth alongside Danielle Strauer to take you through this. Danielle, it's going to be fantastic, isn't it?
I cannot wait. I am just so looking forward, especially to the final group, but there are so many standout teams along the way that I am excited to see.
So what about the situation with the American teams? They're on the screen. They're 18th and 19th to skate, lying in 5th and 6th place. A bit of an upset.
That is a bit of an upset. The Haydenettes are 30-time national champions, so many consecutive titles, and have not been overtaken by any other United States team in quite some time in any competition. So there's a big upset happening there, and a very exciting one at that.
Yeah, well, they did have 2 falls, didn't they, in the short program, and it has to be said, Miami did skate out of their skins. They got a season's best by, what, 4.5 points?
Yes, they were outstanding from the moment they skated. From the moment they started skating, you could just see they were in the ice, they were attacking, and the Haydenettes, as you said, unfortunate falls.
So let's take a look at the officials for this event.
And now for our panel of judges. Judge number 1, Alicia Eklo. Judge number 2, Susana Vicardi Pomolia. Judge number 3, Uta Limpert. Judge number 4, Karen Wolenchuk. Judge number 5, Elisabetta Boschetto. Judge number 6, Andrew Bosco. Judge number 7, Marketa Horklova. Judge number 8, Mariel Sartor. Judge number 9, Pia Alhonen. And now for our technical panel, the technical controller, Philippe Metro. And our technical specialists, Helena Eriksson and Anna Larmo.
So there they are, the officials responsible for deciding this. The fans who, I've got to say, in the short program yesterday, played a huge part, didn't they?
They did not disappoint, especially the Canadians, the Finns, and the U.S. The arena was going insane.
Yeah, it was interesting. I was reading some of the articles from some of the skaters, the team captains giving interviews when they came off, and all of them said the noise in the arena was second to none. What an experience.
It was something I will never forget. It was absolutely amazing to hear the crowd going. And again, I mentioned just the amazing community of synchronized skating and how supportive it is from the best team in the world, you know, down to the teams who are here and just there for the experience.
Yes, a couple of teams competing here for the first time. So the teams skating in reverse order to how they finished in the short program. Remember, we've got 23 teams. So we're going to be entertaining you for the next 5 hours or so. We've got 4 ice resurfaces scheduled, so there'll be 4 teams to go in this first group. And then we've got to schedule the ice resurface. The first team out on the ice just warming up now. It is interesting to see how they use this warm-up time differently. Some teams have a choreographed routine they do, don't they? And some just dither around.
Absolutely, and you can see some of the nerves coming out in the warm-up and what the athletes are feeling the most concerned about. They try and get those jitters out before they actually compete in the program. So I think it's very telling.
And it's probably worth mentioning while the team are warming up that Marigold from Finland, the 5-time world champions, 15-time national champions, didn't make it into the World Championships.
They didn't, and you know, I'm sure that doesn't feel great, but you know, I have no doubt they're going to come back with a vengeance for next season. They are always pushing the button, always trying new things, and definitely a team that is missed here.
Okay, I think we're just about ready to go. Our first team. A team from Turkey. And they go into this lying in 23rd place. Gave it their best shot in the short, that's for sure. Had 1 fall, so they've got to put that behind them. This is Team Golden Roses.
You can see some unison issues and perhaps some lift issues coming out of those, so choosing to put the lifts down a bit earlier maybe rather than holding them and risking bigger issues. And this is their pivoting block. You'll notice that when we get to the final groups, all of these turns that are being completed will be done on 1 foot, whereas this team is electing to do several different turns on different feet. So the difficulty increases the less number of steps you take. Oh, and somewhat unfortunate falls in the moves element. Struggling a bit to regain composure there. Another fall going into the intersection. Looks like she's okay and she's up and getting back in. This is their creative element. It is a group lift element for the senior division this year, so you will see teams completing 2 different lift elements. Here's their no-hold element. And in contrast to the short program, the panel is not evaluating turns in this element. They're simply evaluating features. Second intersection of the program, a collapsing shape. Teams can elect to choose the shape that they prefer. This team chose a box intersection.
Well, they made it. See, not a lot of smiling faces there. But what an experience for this young team. Team Golden Roses from Turkey. Yeah, when you say that the judges are analyzing features, what's a feature?
Right, so you'll see various things like the block will pivot around a center point. You might see shapes change. You might see skaters change places with other skaters. A new feature for this element this season is at least a single revolution jump. So you may see things like flip jumps and loop jumps, potentially even axle jumps. And you may see body movements that are included, and just a little bit more spunk than just the turns that you would see in the short program.
Good insight into what the judges are looking for.
As I mentioned, there are two lift elements. There is the group lift that you just saw and the creative lift. So again, teams will have to hit more technical key points in the group lift than they do in the creative lift. So those are a bit more challenging typically. And similarly to last night, each of the teams has an artistic element that they must complete. This team here did a wheel. We saw a lot of wheels and circles last night.
Remember, this team going into this in 23rd place of the 23 teams that we've got participating here, so obviously the standard's gonna go up. Technical panel just taking a while to go through. I think they've gone through it now, so there's a couple of falls in there. So in total they've got 5 deductions, one of them for an interruption in excess.
So Chris, that happens when one of the falls takes too long to recover.
Yeah. Yeah, you could see she was really struggling to get back up and into the program. Okay. The score now for our first team here in the free, the Golden Roses.
Team Golden Roses has earned in the free skating 41.06
So you can see 41.06.
They have a total score of 59.62.
Deductions there, 4 for the falls and 1 for that. The length of time it took her to get back up.
Taking the ice now and representing Latvia, here is Team Amber.
So they set the standard as we move on to the team lying in 22nd place. They go into this with 32.64. Weren't too bad in the short program. We wish them well here. This is Team Amber from Latvia.
So there's one of those jumps that we talked about. And you can see them changing shape. So all of these are considered features in the no hold. Here's another one, which is completing 2 turns on a diagonal. So it's kind of fun to try and spot the features through the no holds that all of the different teams choose to do. Here's their group lift. You can see they are rotating. They are moving through each other in a mirror image pattern. And then they've got the difficult exit. So this is their pivoting block. One of the things that the technical panel will be reviewing is whether or not the shape is continuously pivoting. There are a couple places where it stopped pivoting, and so they say that it's stalled, and they will reduce for that. Unfortunate fall in the spin. Elements, some struggling to maintain the correct position. Spin there in the middle of their artistic wheel. The pair element with death spirals, higher level than what we saw with the previous team. Successful intersection.
Not bad at all. Pity about the fall, but a lot they can be very proud of. Good interpretation to a selection of music from...
Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for Team Amber.
It wasn't too bad.
No, not at all. I've seen a lot of improvement from this team. They've got a lot to be proud for. You know, I think one of the highlights is that group lift that they did. They did get a group lift 3. The max is a 4, and I think that's something to be really proud of. Those lifts are very difficult and take a lot of time to train to execute well, so well done there.
Safely through the intersection as well. Kind of just taking a look at that at the moment. So you seem pleased with how things went out there. A team that they don't get to practice an awful lot. They're around 4 hours a week.
Yeah, and that's a big difference than what you'll see with the top teams practicing 3 times that amount a week, and so you have to give it up to them for what they're able to accomplish in that short amount of time.
It's really nothing, is it, when you think of the work the top teams do that maybe 10, 12 hours together, and then all the work they do on their own with their private coaches trying to hone the skills.
Right, and a lot of off-ice training that goes into things like these lifts and how to move together in unison. off the ice before putting it on the ice.
Yeah, this was pretty impressive, wasn't it?
Yeah, I thought they did a great job with those lifts. And then again, here are the death spirals, also very, very difficult to execute, and they did a great job with that. Very dynamic performance from them.
Yep, loving life, the team from Latvia, that's for sure. They'd love to move up if they possibly can, and their job really to throw down the gauntlet, just put the pressure on the teams ahead of them.
Team Amber has earned in the free skating 75.17 points. With a total score of 107.81 points, they are currently in first place. Competing next for Croatia, here is Team Zagreb Snowflakes.
Great opening for them. Right into their artistic element. Synchronized spin element, the new element this season to the senior division. So I think it'll be fun to see what different teams try, especially as we get into towards the end of the competition with the higher level teams. Good speed they're picking up here into the pivoting blocks. Excellent feature going into their collapsing intersection. Again, a new rule this season, creating features, entry features into the intersections to increase complexity. They did a great job with that. Use of levels in their creative lift. Lifts executed with ease. That was really nice to see from them. So we're looking for those lines to be straight, everybody to go through at the same time. So successful intersection for them. A little bit of Michael Jackson there. Oh, unfortunate fall out of the Beelman there, right at the end.
Oh, what a shame that was. She looks a little dazed. She was quickly back up into the program, though. That was good to see. A few of the elements are going to be reviewed there by the technical panel, and this is a team that yesterday in the short program, they got a total of 5.5 points of deductions on their short, one from a legal element, and then for the ice pattern, covering the ice. So they don't have more of the same today. They're going to get 1 point deduction for the fall. Hope she's all right. I think that's a nasty one to go down on the Beelman, isn't it?
Yep, straight over the toe pick, kind of a belly flap. Those are not fun, but she did recover quickly. I do think this is a big improvement from last night for them, and they should be proud of themselves.
Yeah, they've come back very, very strong, and they needed to, because the leaders at the moment, the Latvian team, have put down a good score. Great choice of music. Can't beat a bit of Michael Jackson.
Definitely something fun and livens up the crowd. As I mentioned, great attention-grabbing beginning right at the panel. You can see here doing some of the 1 foot turns in the pivoting block. Later, you will see all of the turns on 1 foot. And here, increased difficulty. One of the features that you can do is hold the leg on the death spiral to achieve the highest level.
Yeah, I thought some of their transitions were good, particularly from the intersection into the no-hold element. Very smooth.
Very smooth, and they definitely know how to accelerate and pick up some speed between the elements. Here's that angled intersection. You can see the line's not totally straight, so they may achieve full technical call, but the judging panel will take some points off for that. There's that fall again.
That was a nasty one. You can see this knocked her confidence a bit. That was a nasty fall. See, she's really disappointed, but good to see the team members talking to her and building her confidence.
Yeah, you know, you rise and fall as a team, and you take falls as a team, and you skate clean as a team, and so that's the best to have your teammates around you when a mistake like that happens.
Yeah, good to see. So they need 73.04 to take the lead. Even with that 1 point deduction, I think they're going to do that. Of course, the quietest it's been in this stadium.
The anticipation.
Yeah, you could hear a pin drop.
Team Zagreb Snowflakes has earned in the free skating.
Yes, it's the season's best score for them, 88.17. That's season's best by a long way. 82.79 was their best score. They got in the Spring Cup, so absolutely thrilled with that, and they go into the lead with a 122.95, and that is a personal best by nearly 5 points. Well done to them.
Coming to us from Great Britain, let's welcome Team Icicle Senior.
So it's the team from Great Britain up next. They train in Nottingham, and this team only get together, what, about 2 or 3 hours a week, which is nothing really. So we wish them all the very best of luck. Hit the road, Jack, the music. The skating from Team Icicles.
Don't you come back no more. Hit the road, Jack, and don't you come back no more, no more, no more, no more.
Going right into those death spirals. The unison on that looks great. through that collapsing intersection. That loop jump different from what the other teams have done so far.
Did you listen to that?
There's their group lift. Nice speed out of that. You'll see a lot of teams struggle to maintain speed through that. Having Spielman issues today. Oh, fall on a transition. She's able to get in for that creative element, which is nice. Unique position for the spin in a circle. You'll see a lot of teams will choose some sort of block formation. And then different from what we've seen so far, this is their artistic line element. Nice use of an intersecting feature there.
Well, a really good effort from them. Shame about the fall. But this is a team that yesterday in
Team Icicle Senior.
Yeah, and as I said, it wasn't in an element, so if you're going to take a fall, it's best that it's not in an element because then there's no reduction from the panel in the element itself. So, you know, I think that's the best case scenario. It does look like they received full value from the technical panel on their death spirals and their intersection and their no-hold element. That's wonderful to see for them. You can see the unison in that. The judges will be evaluating the unison, so I'm sure they were happy with that. And the difficult exit, the butterfly kick. You can just see all the little nuances that go into those lifts when they're changing position. The timing has to be absolutely perfect, and everybody's got to know where their hand needs to be and when. And then finishing with that nice spin variation right to the end.
the free is 93.99. Can they get close close to that. What do they need? They need 83.06 to go into the lead. Fancy they're going to get that. Could they possibly get close to a personal best, get in the 90s?
Team Icicle Senior has earned in the free
Not
skating
quite 88.18, but it is enough to put them into the lead.
with a total score of 128.08 points.
Very,
They
very
are
close
earned
to
in
a
first
season's
place.
best with their total score, and that's enough there, as you can see,
Ladies
to
and
put them
gentlemen, we will now
into
have
the
a
lead
short break
in this first group.
ice resurfacing, and we
So
will
that's the situation
continue the
here.
competition
That's how it stands
approximately
after the
4:20.
first 4 teams.
Stay with us.
We've got an ice resurface coming up now, and then the battle continues here in this free skate at the World Synchro Ice Skating Championships. We'll be back in around 20 minutes or so. Stay with us.
Championships. A couple things I want to let you know about. Yes, indeed, the Fan Fest is still going on over the 1932 rink. Also want to mention, too, that our full awards will be on the ice after competition this evening. Like last night, the small medals of what we win the free skate, that will be awarded over the 32 rink following all of that. Also, if you've been loving the skating, you're going to love it on TV. USA, that's the channel it's going to be on. We'll have a full recap show on the USA Network. That's coming up Tuesday, April 4th. That's this coming Tuesday, 12 p.m. Eastern on USA Network. It's coming up in a couple of days. Coming up in just a little bit. We chat with a few folks, and we don't totally know what else, but we're going to figure it out and let you know when we get to it. Right now, here's some tunes spun by my good friend, DJ Rogan.
This is something new, the Casper Slide Part 2, featuring the Platinum Band, and this time, we're gonna get funky. Funky.
Skates US is proud to be an official supplier of US figure skating. Sure to visit the Skates US vendor booth for the boot fitting and purchase of the skating accessories. Tech work also available in the Skates US vendor booth.
The power of progress. Meticulously designed unibody shell evenly distributes energy for softer landings. Revolutionary collar system provides full range of motion without compromising support. Aura by True. Research-driven, performance-proven, all sky, no limits.
The great part about these world champs is you get to meet new friends. Some friends just want to pop by and say hi. Say hi. That's it. If you want to stop by and say hi, then I'll say bye. I want to say hi to somebody else. Come on, actually here. Here's the beauty of skating in general and indeed synchronized skating. We're seeing a lot of younger teams out here. This thing is a lifetime sport. Get on over here. Want everybody to say hello to Mama. Everybody say, hi, Mama. Mama, where are you from?
I am from Bracebridge, Ontario.
And your teammates calling you Mama. What's actually your name?
My name is Wendy Reed.
Can I just keep calling you Mama?
Sure can.
Here's the thing, Wendy. Wendy, how long have you been a member of a synchronized skating team?
Our team, Vintage Blue, has been in existence since basically 40 years.
40.
In Masters or adult division.
And how long are you still skating on the team?
I passed on last November. Still November.
Wow. Okay. And what do you think about these championships so far?
Wonderful. Wonderful. I love Lake Placid, so that's why I work here. There's 14 of us.
14 of you. Brought them all paid for the hotel and the flights. Really kind of you. Mom. You're the life. What advice do you have? You've seen a lot of synchro in your day. You've got some young kids taking up the sport right now. Some adults who are just trying for the first time. What's your advice to them?
If they think they can do it, you can do it.
Tell you what, me and you, a little later on, we're going to do master tattoos and just say that. Mom says, you think you can do it? You can do it. Everybody say, thanks, Mama! Thanks, Mama, for stopping by. Enjoy the rest of the show. Hey, I tell you what, Mama, folks like that, they're cash money. You see that all the time. That means that's the best of the best. We all are delightful. We got more skating coming up, in about 4.5, 5 minutes. Great to have you out here once again. See you, Mama. See you all in just a little bit. Once again, you know what I missed.
Welcome back. Join us just in the nick of time as the 5th team take to the ice for their couple-of-minute warm-up. Big moment for this team, the team from Australia lying in 19th place. And while they warm up, just to recap the situation at the top. In the lead is the defending champions who were in great form yesterday. It's Les Supreme from Canada. They're just about half a point ahead of the Helsinki Rockets, the 3-time world champions, and a team that's never been on the podium. In 3rd place at the moment, it's Team Unique, also from Finland. And I suppose really they're taking advantage of the opportunity that the 5-time world champions Team Marigold aren't here.
Absolutely, and as they should. They're a very strong team. They deserve to be here. They have also done very well internationally. One of the most passionate and moving free programs that I've seen, and I'm really excited to see them in action live.
Yeah, looking forward to it. It'd be great if they could finish on the podium. They've got Team Nexice breathing down their necks, the Canadian team. They were the champions back in 2009. They'll do everything they can to get on the podium here, won't they?
Absolutely, and I just think that when we get to that final group, everybody's going to be skating lights out and fighting for that medal.
Yeah, top 3 in the short program all had season's bests. So all that to look forward to. That's the situation as we go into group number 3. It's the Brits leading at the moment. We've got 4 teams coming up in this group before the next resurface, and that's how they'll go. Australia, the Netherlands, Spain, and Switzerland. So these teams lying in 16th to 19th place after the short program. Slightly longer warm-up for the first team after the resurface. You can see the atmosphere building all the time. There were points yesterday where it was deafening. You couldn't hear yourself think, could you?
Absolutely not, and I love to see, you know, not only are the fans getting into it, but I think you can see some of the athletes are doing the YMCA as well. So probably a little bit nice to knock some of the nerves out.
Taking the ice now and representing Australia.
So the party atmosphere continues here as we get on to our 5th team participating in these World Synchronized Skating Championships here in Lake Placid. They're lying in 19th place. They come from Australia. This is Team Unity.
What a great opening for them with lots of speed. Well done with that group lift. Effortless movement from the free lift position into the actual lift position itself. Some unison issues there. Technical panel looking for the skater's head to be below of the standing skater's knee for 720 degrees. Similar to yesterday, we're looking for those spiral legs to be 135 degrees or higher. those looked a little bit low for this team.
Oh, that's a shame.
Yeah, fall and some bumps, so that'll really affect them in this element. Good save from the skater on the end of the line. Oh, another fall in the pivoting block, so that's going to be a really big hit for them because it's not only that she fell, she kind of went through the rest of them, so they were unable to complete their turn.
Yeah, what a shame that was. That was, yeah, you could have picked a worse moment to fall over. You couldn't have picked one worse than that, could you?
Yeah, pivoting blocks are some of the worst elements to take falls in because they can just be so disastrous. But, you know, the rest of the team did a really great job not being affected by it. So, you know, they did everything that they could with that. But those are some hard falls to take in that element. I do have to say I was really impressed with the phrasing of the choreography with this team. It really accented the nuances in the music, and it was really nice to see.
Yeah, well, they did the flip jumps right on the B of the bang, didn't they?
They did.
Very good. Yeah, that pivoting block, they get a 1 for that. They would have got more than that had they not had the fall, would they?
Yeah, I think they would have been at a 2, but hard to tell what would have happened.
Some of those levels just going down as the technical panel review. But goodness me, when this team started, they came out with so much fire. The speed across the ice, second to none, I think, that we've seen so far. Very impressive.
I completely agree, and if you think about the amount of time that they practice each week, about 6 hours in their peak season, that's incredible, the amount of speed that they're able to generate. Here's a look at the death spirals. Again, as I mentioned, you're looking for the position of the skater in the death spiral, their head to be lower than the standing skater's knee.
Do they get a level for catching the foot?
That is considered a feature,
Okay.
a difficulty feature that they get to choose from. Here's that fall again. Yeah, you can see lots of turning issues.
She's lucky she didn't take any more of them out.
Truly, there have been a lot of bad pivot block falls out there.
Well, it's the only team, I think, with 4 boys in the team.
Absolutely, and we love to see it.
So let's get down to the nitty-gritty. What do they need? They need 82.88 to go into the lead. They've got 2-point deductions there for the falls. It's going to hurt them a little bit. But 95.37, they do go into the lead. That's their allotted slot. You see the component scored down a little bit. Those 2-point deductions there costing them, but 140.58. They are the leaders now by some way. ahead of Team Icicles from Great Britain.
Our next team competes on behalf of the Netherlands. Here is Team Ice United.
So it's another team that doesn't get on the ice an awful lot, so they've done well to get here and be in 18th place after the short program. A team that train in Den Bosch in the south of the Netherlands. This is Ice United.
This is the moon. It shines over the great city. It illuminates the countryside.
Ball right at the beginning and their artistic line elements. Sometimes the spacing can be so tight when you're changing the shape of the element. It just takes a quick blade click with another skater.
Can you believe it? Can you realize that
Nice use of levels in this spin element.
the exploration of another world? Come with us. We are going to the moon. Coming up on the 10-second mark. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. We have ignition. Commit liftoff.
Great use with the music of those lifts.
We have liftoff.
Issues there in that intersection. You can see this team is utilizing spirals and the athletes holding their legs up in the 135 spiral, supported. It's a little bit different from what we've seen. So as I mentioned, this is the first time we're seeing a team attempting to complete those turns on one foot. Nice unison in those death spirals. Some unison issues on the exit, but the death spirals themselves were really in sync.
Well, you can see that technical score just a little bit below the leader at the moment, Team Unity. But I tell you what, it was a challenging program for them, as you rightly picked out, though. staying on the 1 foot through the turns and more difficult positions in the spirals. So they were pushing the boundaries a little bit.
Absolutely, and you know, as you're choreographing for your team, you as a coach have to decide where you want to push the button and which pieces of tech you want to use to push the button.
So they were pleased with the way things went there. Personal best in the free, or their season's best in the free, is 87.06, and they're going to have to go some. They had to push it, and really they could have done without the fall because they need 95.31 to go into the lead. It's going to be tough.
It is going to be tough, but again, I just commend them for all of the things that they, you know, attempted to execute, and it takes time to get those elements down. And you know, if they're starting now, I think they're going to be in great shape, especially going into the next season.
Yeah, I love the theme, Translunar Triumph, the music, and they interpreted it very well.
They did, and I just absolutely loved how they used the music to lift off into the group element, the group lift element, and then as well with the creative element, with the creative lift at the end there. It was really exciting to see. They used a ripple and went into some very difficult positions and just fit really nicely with the music. So here's taking a look at that pivot block again. You look down at the skaters' blades, you're really looking for them to be leaning over the circle, pressing those ankles and those edges. You can see some timing issues here, and then you can see that they were running on flats rather than on nice deep curves. So the technical panel will not award several of those turns, even though they did attempt them on 1 foot.
But then, as you picked out, the unison on those death spirals, very good indeed, and certainly on the spirals themselves.
Excellent, yeah.
Lovely ending position as well. Well, they got close to a season's best in the short program, very close, in fact. So could they be knocking on the door of a season's best here? They haven't been into the 90s this season yet. Could that change here? They need to remember it's 95.31 for them to go into the lead. That would be a huge score for this team.
Team Ice United has earned in the free skating.
So it is a season's best, and they are in the 90s, so 91.23. They do go into second place in behind the Australians, but I think they'll take that. It's not a bad score at all. That's how they stand.
Our next team represents Spain. Here is
So next up, a team that did get a season's best in the short program by some way. They skated very well indeed. Finished in 17th place. And they finished in 17th in the World Championships last year as well. Wish them well. Team Fusion from Spain.
Nice use of that little pair lift for an entry feature here, going into their collapsing intersection. Good speed. Really difficult entry with the arms over the head for the lifted skater. So you can see here the block is pivoting. And there are various things that they need to do in order to satisfy that pivoting feature, such as body movements. issues on that intersection with the spirals. Had to drop some free legs, so they will take a hit with that as well. Great unison on the death spirals again. Nice intersection. And into their creative element, which is a lift. I think there were a lot of really, really great strategic choices by the coaching staff with this program and team. So really, really good features chosen, and I think the pivoting block for me stands out, you know, not going for those difficult turns, understanding where your athletes are and what's going to highlight them the best that you can.
Yeah, well, they need a big score here, don't they? And they gave it their best shot, that's for sure. This team already with a season's best here at these World Championships, and to be honest, I don't think they could have skated that program much better. And as you rightly said, it was a challenging program too.
Absolutely, and I've been so impressed with the para element amongst all of these teams so far. But the ease with which this team in particular exited the death spirals stood out among everybody. So very exciting for them, and I hope they get the score that they deserve.
We'll find out very shortly. What do they need? They need 95.13 to go into the lead, and just to put that into perspective, their best score this season is 89.38. So it'd be fabulous for them if they can get into the 90s. If they get in the high 90s, it'll be great news. Could they possibly be putting pressure on the other teams with that performance? Certainly look very confident right from the off.
Yes, they do, and that was, you can see in the replay the difficult entry that they had where the skaters' arms were above the head and not holding onto any of the lifting skaters. Very difficult to do, and again, slow-mo of the unison of these death spiral positions.
Yeah, probably the best timing that we've seen so far.
I think so.
Some of the transitions were very good as well, very impressive.
Yeah, as I mentioned, I just think some great strategic choices from the coaching staff.
Okay, let's see if it paid off. Remember, 95.13 to go into the lead. They've not been in the 90s this season. They have now. Look at that. That is a huge score for them. 97.38, and they go shooting into the lead. with a season's best once more. What a championship this team are having. Team Fusion into the lead here with another season's best score. Fantastic stuff.
The next team comes to us from Switzerland. Let's welcome Team Starlight.
So we've got one more team before the next ice resurface, and this team finished in 16th place in the short program. They were 14th at the World Championships last year. This is Team Starlight Elite from Switzerland.
Very fun, exciting opening. Pair entrance into their group lift. The difficult flip jump entrance into their spin. So you'll see teams going for various amounts of difficulty going into that new element. Cleared that with ease. Again, some low legs on those spirals. And some Bielmans not in a full Bielman position, looking for that blade to be over the top of the skater's head. Very exciting vault there. With the arms over the head through the intersection.
But you can see there the level has gone up by some way. very good performance by this Swiss team. They did have a couple of problems though, a little bit of a problem with the spirals. One of the girls put her foot down, and as you rightly said, the legs perhaps not high enough, and I thought in the pivot block the quality of the turns wasn't as good as it probably could have been, but still an awful lot to admire.
Absolutely, it was a fun program. You know, something I think that is hard is to maintain that level of energy throughout an entire free program. It's quite long, and keeping that high level going the whole time is difficult, and they did a great job with that.
Yeah, it's worth mentioning, isn't it, that physically they've got to be pretty fit to get through the program.
Yes, especially this season, there are more elements there than there have been in the past. There are 10 elements this year, so adding an extra one in, and it's a lot to cram into a short amount of time. Put it in perspective.
Yeah, we've got to work on the components as well, haven't you? You've got to get the choreography and the interpretation going, coupled with all the technical elements. It must be difficult to put the program together in the first place.
You have no idea, Chris. That is the understatement of the century. One thing I do wish I would have seen a little bit more with this team as the tempo of the music picked up is a little bit longer lines and strides in their skating. It did get a little bit choppy towards the end, and I think that is an area where they could improve in the future. And as you mentioned, pivot block turns, not quite all on one foot, all demonstrating the correct edges, so I do think that their technical level will be lowered on that.
Yeah, there was a few sneaky touchdowns, wasn't there?
Absolutely, and even though there are 16 people out there, they can see everything.
Okay, so the moment of truth now for Team Starlight Elite.
The score is
90.9 they need. They've been over 100 before this season. 105.91 is their season's best, and that's a great score for them. It is a new season's best, even with those sneaky little errors in there. 109.6, that's a super result for them. And 161.55, that's a season's best overall for them as well. So they are in the lead. And we're starting to get down to the nitty-gritty now. We've got another ice resurface coming up. That's how they stand. It's Starlight Elite leading over Team Fusion, who were very impressive indeed. But we've got some big names to come, and we were impressed with the Japanese team, who go into it lying in 13th place. They will be third to go in the next group. And of course, the battle for the medals coming up in, what, a couple of hours' time or so. So we've got a break now for another ice resurface. It's going to be about 20 minutes, and then we'll be back with group number 3. Stay with us.
But before synchronized skating became an international phenomenon, it was known as precision skating. Before that, it was just a vision. The vision of one man from Ann Arbor, Michigan.
As a member of Ann Arbor Figure Skating Club, it was definitely a very social and fun place to be. And that club itself was started by a bunch of actual Michigan professors. And it expanded onto their families and expanded onto the public.
One of those professors was Dr. Richard Porter. Dr. Porter was a member of the Ann Arbor Figure Skating Club board and a judge, as well as an adult skater in the club.
It was more family. We all knew each other. Ann Arbor at that point was a very small town. We only had ice a couple days a week, but it was the same group of girls, and it was just a whole lot of fun.
Each year, the club will perform their Melody on Ice show in the spring, a collaboration of skaters of all ages from the club to conclude the season.
Every year, that's all we did was look forward to the show. It was just like any other group member you're going to be in the show or something, and you have a pro teaching you.
In 1956, that pro was Dr. Porter.
of more trying to imitate ice cream tickets because that's what we had seen and that was all it was. And we were just having fun with it.
Dr. Porter had an idea. What if the show program went beyond just the annual ice show?
Girls couldn't get to sports with all the boys. He wanted them to get involved and stay involved in sports. He saw the value of working together with other people to create something.
So when he came up with this idea, I was like, okay, so let's do it.
Within a few months, Dr. Porter had a group of 24 women who were ready to begin performing.
Something didn't work well on the ice, he always call us over to the side to the stand and say, okay, so ladies, what do you think? Dr. Porter was a serious man. He always wore a trench coat and a suit.
He was very serious about it. He was much more serious. He didn't want us messing around and not really be focused on what we were trying to accomplish.
And we were having fun. And so we wanted to get better. I can remember saying, oh, now I remember, what are we going to do with it? And of course, we practiced on the same ice rink as the hockey team. And that's when we said, well, let's see if the hockey team wants to go in between periods.
The University of Michigan allowed this new team to perform between periods. The girls donned blue wool dresses with the maids Michigan M emblem pinned on front. It was from these performances that the group earned their name, the Hawkettes.
It was very, very exciting. Even then, they had the noisemakers and they had the drums and the beats and stuff like that. So it was very fun. We were asked to go to Alpena to a winter carnival and skate outside on an ice rink, which we, of course, had never done before. We had the snow, we had the freezing temperatures, and we had to still try to hold on to this number.
We could practice each other. The wind was blowing, the snow was blowing, and we were out there on outdoor rink.
But I think for the rest of my life, I will remember how absolutely frozen we all were. It was so cold.
The more the team began to perform, the more Dr. Porter's vision grew.
He really inspired all of us. This was his passion. This was his goal, and he really showed his love for it.
I asked myself, you know, what do you think this idea with what you have? Look over there on the table with a kaleidoscope. He says, I take that kaleidoscope and put it up and turn it real slow and see how these things intertwine. And he said, that's where I got one idea.
An integral part of this growing vision was Dr. Porter's wife, Pat.
Pat Porter was probably more of our disciplinarian because she was with us in the locker room. She was definitely our dressmaker. She created all the outfits we ever wore, but she was the main person in charge of this team off the ice. Great.
In 1961, Dr. Porter edited an article for Skating magazine. He wondered, could competition be possible for this style of skating? 10 years later, Porter would get the chance to find out.
We're at a tri-state annual meeting. There was a gentleman by the name of Dr. Brown from the Ann Arbor skating that was in attendance at that meeting. And after the meeting, he came up and said, you know, you ought to talk to Dr. Porter in Ann Arbor. He has a team that's doing things, and it made me interested to get with him and see about doing something competitive on team. And so that's what we did. We started our very first competition with 3 teams, Ann Arbor, and Fort Huron, Wyandotte. Of course, we had to start from scratch. We met with Dr. Porter, trying to come up with what should be the right rules and regulations.
The competition was a success. Individual skaters who had traveled from Canada for the competition saw this new discipline begin discussions of starting a team of their own.
And they took that and they took off like a wildfire.
Canada began to host competitions of their own. Teams in the U.S. continued to develop. Original Hawkette member Peggy McDonald began one of those new programs in Fraser, Michigan. In 1984, precision skating took its first major step.
1984 in Bowling Green, Ohio, was the first nationals. And we certainly knew we wanted to be a part of it, but we wanted to also be the best we could possibly be. We really had a mission.
38 teams participated in that event. The Fraserettes of Fraser, Michigan became the first precision team national champions.
I was, of course, elated and relieved because this was something I started as a young girl.
And the ISU officially recognized precision skating as figure skating's fifth discipline in 1994. To give this discipline a more local appeal, the name was changed to synchronized skating.
Precision isn't likely, but Synchro does.
In 2000, 2 years after Dr. Porter passed away, age of 84, 21 teams from 16 countries competed at the first ISU World Synchronized Skating Championships held in Minneapolis, Minnesota.
We never expected the program to go to the length it has reached across the world.
No, I would have never dreamed that this would be how the sport would develop.
If I'd had a crystal ball, would I have ever predicted this? No, but I'm so
There's a Thanksgiving in my heart, and I'm sure the heart of each of those individuals, that if it carried on today and it moves forward, it's never moved backward.
I'm just grateful. I feel very grateful.
That is where it all began. If that doesn't happen, we're not here together at these World Championships in Lake Placid. I am joined with at the very end there. Lucy French, Lucy, for you, so you started on the Honkas, what, about a decade or so after it started? And for you now, seeing what this has become, all these years later, what's that like?
I need to wire my jaw together. It's drop, and of course, just the costuming, the techniques, the formation. Dr. Porter would be floored.
Member of the U.S. Figure Skating Hall of Fame, Porter. And also, I mean, quite interesting too. I talked to Mama a little bit earlier. Mama was in Stanford. Yeah, shout out to Mama. We're going to mention tattoos later on. You have been synchro skating for like 4 decades. You have been involved for quite a while too.
Well, I started in '66. I stopped in '71. I went back in '98 and still involved.
And here's the other thing too, the legacy. Hey, we got some hot guys. Come over here. The legacy lives on. That first team you saw, these young ladies actually competed on that first team back in '56. That's not true. Where's the jacket? Turn around, yeah, it's still riding high today. Anyways, I'm just the guy now in the back of this whole thing. From what we saw at the beginning to what it is right now, thank you for all the work you did in the pioneering of it. Thank you to all of you for being on the legacy. And mostly, thanks to all of you coming out and supporting this to make this one of the best events you're ever going to go attend to. Take it from a guy who's been around some. Lucy, thank you so much. Thanks to Calendar for putting the videos together. We got more skating to get to because that's why we're here. Next group's starting up in about 8 minutes. Grand families supported athletes in achieving their highest goals. Visit the booth this weekend. Learn more about the attention to detail, research, and development goes into creating Graham figure skates. Join us. Start your skating journey with Graham, where fit comes first. Hey, you don't have to have the gracefulness of an elk or a moose. DJ Romeo's taking over here. Let's see your best moves on the board.
Welcome back. You rejoin us as we go into group number 3. The situation at the moment, it's Team Starlight Elite from Switzerland leading ahead of Team Fusion from Spain. The atmosphere building all the time. We've got 5 teams in this group. Chris Howarth alongside Danielle Estrawa taking you through this third group at the World Synchronized Skating Championships here in Lake Placid. So the first team to get us underway here, it's from France. It's Team Zulus, and one of the first teams that's really got a choreographed warm-up.
Yeah, one of the first that we've seen, especially today. Last night there were one or two, but not that we were able to see, or not that everybody else was able to see, I guess. So yeah, kind of nice to see that right in their warm-up, and now they spread out and get a feel for the ice.
Yeah, important to get those skating legs going. There's confirmation of how they stand at this stage. We've had 8 teams so far. And it is the Swiss team out in front. Great score for them, the season's best, 161.55. That is the target. Of course, the teams all skating in reverse order of how they finished after the short program. So the battle for the medals coming up in a couple of hours or so. And that will be very interesting indeed. Just to remind you, it's Les Suprêmes from Canada, the defending champions, out in front ahead of Helsinki Rockets. Just half a point between them and Team Unique from Finland, who've never been on the podium, in 3rd place. So 2 Finnish teams possibly on the podium here at these World Championships. Wouldn't that be something? There's confirmation of how the teams go in this group. Teams that finished from 11th to 15th after the short program. It's great to see the atmosphere building.
It's so exciting, and you can tell we're getting close to that hot spot at the end of the event.
Yep, a lot of anticipation. So let's focus on this French team that finished in 12th place in the World Championships last year, 3rd in the French Cup in Rouen this season. We wish them well here. This is Team Zulus. They got a season's best in the short program. Love to do it again here in the free if they possibly can.
Really nice collapsing intersection. Would love to see those lines just a bit straighter going through for the shape. But good speed. Flying out of those death spirals. So as I mentioned earlier, unlike last night, the technical panel is not evaluating the quality of the turns, simply that they are executing 2 turns on a diagonal. They just have to be recognized as turns. Great rotational speed and flow through that. One of the better pivoting blocks that we've seen so far. creating some beautiful movements through this artistic line. Beautiful lift positions to end the program.
You can see technically not a bad score at all. They're going to be in the mix, that's for sure. Very, very impressive indeed. I'll tell you what, one of the highlights for me was that pivot block. Sometimes on the TV, I don't think you grasp just how fast the skaters on the end of the block are going into those turns.
Yes, definitely. And, you know, to control the edges and the speed and to help keep... There's just a lot of physics there that doesn't quite make sense that as a coach and as an athlete, you really need to understand the element to make it work.
Yeah, I think they really nailed that.
I just was very impressed with the speed throughout the program, and they were able to slow it down in a couple of places and accelerate from there, and that really stood out to me as well.
Yeah, I think when the team comes out and they skate with that amount of speed, they cover more ice, don't they? And everything looks more impressive.
Yeah, we like to see those nice big pictures of things, and they did a great job filling the arena.
Well, they've been over 100 before this season, 112.69, their best score.
Again, great unison in those death spirals. The exit stood out to me. As I mentioned before, they flew out of those, just absolutely no speed lost in this position, just up and out with ease. Great to see. And then again, right up into that full lift position. The unison of the rotations and the speed of the rotations, well done. Some two footing, as you mentioned, Chris, the speed on the end of that is so difficult to control.
They were flying around there, weren't they?
Yes, definitely. And then you think about, you know, as an athlete, the slow end has everything to do with the fast end, even though they're about 5 people away. So a lot of work by the whole team there.
Yeah, some good expression throughout the program as well. They've really sold the program well, which is hopefully going to help their second mark.
I think it will. I think they should be really proud of that. I'm expecting to see a nice big number for them.
Well, I think they are too. So 112.69 is the season's best. They need 109.48 to go into the lead. Their personal best is 114.54. So have they done enough to go into the lead? We fancy they probably have. And technical panel have done their job now. Numbers look pretty good to me. No deductions in there either, which is good news for them. So over 110 would be great for them. Yep, 114.65. It is a season's best score. So they're on the up and up. Remember, this team got a season's best in the short program as well. So that's a huge score for them. 166.73. And that a season's best score overall by more than 10 points.
Let's welcome now Team Olympia.
So on the ice now, lying in 14th place, the team from the Czech Republic. They got a deduction for lack of ice coverage in the short, so they got to put that behind them. Looking for better here. Team Olympia.
When the sirens are calling out my name,
Good speed approaching that intersection. A little bit of pausing on the rotations from some of those skaters, meaning they stopped turning continuously to try and see where their hole was before going through it. Beautiful position in this creative element. Nice arch in the back and good speed. The judges should reward them for that. I believe this is the first triangle we are seeing tonight. Teams have a choice between what kind of collapsing intersection they would like to do. Good speed on the exit of those lifts. Absolutely went for it.
Yeah, love the energy of that program, and you can see the technical score very favorable too. I think as far as the components go, they should do pretty well because the speed across the ice was very, very good as well. It was interesting, we were talking in the resurface about the viewing position for the panel of judges there. We're getting the benefit of that high angle for some of the movements that obviously the technical panel and the judges can't quite see. So it's an interesting perspective, that.
It is. You know, we're seeing some things, as you mentioned, differently. We get some side views, some aerial views, and it definitely changes the perspective on what you see and don't see. So you hope the technical panel can see everything as we do. However, there are probably things that they have to go back and review just simply from a perspective standpoint.
So a very powerful team, skating with a lot of strength, a lot of speed, and loved the expression of the program. And they kept in the mood, didn't they, all the way through, which is important.
They did, and you know, they're highlighting this lift at the beginning. This is something that's been standing out to me so far today, is just the creativity in all of the lifts from all of these teams, and I can't wait to see what the top teams do at the end of the event. If this is what we're seeing now, it's simply just going to continue to build. Again, this nice vault in a transition, completely unnecessary from a point grabbing perspective. However, it just really adds to the layers of the program, and it was done with ease, and it just gets you excited when you're watching it. And again, look at the arch in the back and the control from the lifters.
So many highlights in the program.
There really were, just layers upon layers. And highlighting some of the lefty spinners there, and I think that's a challenge that some teams face when you have athletes that spin different directions, and as a coach you have to choreograph it in a way that makes sense with the rest of the team. And you know, some coaches have their athletes learn spins the other direction.
Okay, so now to the nitty-gritty. So their season's best score, which is their personal best, 114.62. They need 114.56 to go into the lead. That is a big ask for this team. There weren't too many mistakes out there. Technical panel just reviewing some of it. It's going to be tough. The level has shot up by a quantum leap. Remember, it's Team Zulus of France leading. 66.73 is the Swiss team in second place. There's no deductions, I don't think, for Team Olympia, but it is a big score they need, isn't it? Fingers crossed. Can they do it?
Team Olympia has earned in the free
Ooh,
skating
112.69. It's going to be second place.
With a total earned
I
of
think will be second overall, yes. 164.87 has them in second place behind Team Zulu of France. There's confirmation of that. So not quite what they were after.
Next, taking the ice for Japan. Here is Team Jingu Ice Messengers.
Well, we loved this team in the short program yesterday. They were flawless. They go into this in 13th place, but just watch the quality of the skating of this team. They had one fall, which was disappointing. We wish them well here. This is Team Jingu Ice Messengers from Japan.
I just love the unison of their movements with their upper bodies. It really stands out. Beautiful, clean move element. So this is the first team we've seen go through the intersection on one foot. So that does increase the level of difficulty and the technical value of the intersection. The stillness of their upper bodies just really stands out. Lost a little bit of speed through that. Nice variations of the back sit position.
Canyons everywhere. I've looked at clouds that way. I've looked at clouds from both sides now, from up and down. Still somehow it's
really good shape through that intersection. Their skating is just so quiet. Little balance check there from one of the athletes on the turns. Good save. Started with great unison, a little bit of loss of unison towards the end there with different rotational speeds.
Well, silky smooth sophistication throughout the whole of that program. I don't know about you, but I loved it. What a super choice of music, both sides now. It was by Joni Mitchell, different rendition there. But it filled the arena. It's haunting, made the hairs on the back of your neck stand up, didn't it? It was beautiful.
It really did, and they're getting a warm reception from a lot of members of the crowd here, not just from Japan. I think everybody recognizes the strength behind this team.
Yeah, there's a real sense of excitement about the Japanese team, isn't there? The quality of skating is there for all to see. And as you rightly said, that the way they control the upper half of the body, the core strength of these athletes was something to behold.
It's so impressive, and you know, there are just so many angles that you have to synchronize when your arms go above your head and when they're slowly moving down, and they do a phenomenal job with it.
You can see the emotion. I think they really thrilled with how that went. An inspirational choice, I think, of music, and that is so key. It suited their style.
It really did, and that is just the most important aspect of all of this, is making sure that the music selection fits the athletes. The one thing I did notice, a little bit of a bump in the intersection.
Yes.
One thing I did notice with this team, different from yesterday's, this program had a bit more 2-foot skating in the transitions between what they, each element and what they're doing. So I'd love to see that improve a little bit. But just as you mentioned, silky smooth.
Yeah, just to put it into perspective, they were 15th in the World Championships last year. And of course, they go into this lying in 13th place, but it is a team that you sense are knocking on the door of a top 10 place.
You can feel them climbing. Just even in the slow motion, look at the rate at which the arms lower all at the same time. Just so difficult to do. Takes so much control.
Just love the edge quality. Yeah, this team's a class act, that's for sure. One to keep your eyes on in the future. So, let's see what they've got to do. It's 113.72. They're going to do that by some way. They've not been over 120 this season. But I tell you what, that was a good skate. Oh yes, 126.2. That is very, very good indeed. A season's best for them there. This is going to be a huge total score. 179, nearly got into 180. That is a big score for a team in 13th place at this stage. They could well be moving up. Could they finish in the top 10 at the end of the day? We'll find out shortly.
Next to compete from Poland, Team Ice Fire.
So now the pressure on. This team got a season's best in the short program, and it was a huge score for them. They beat their prior best by about 2.5 points. We wish them well here. They need to be on fire. It's Team Icefire from Poland.
Sometimes the world tries to knock it out of you. But I believe in music the way that some people believe in fairy tales.
Throw loop jumps. We haven't seen much pair work in the artistic elements like that yet, so that was nice to see. Great use of variations in the spin with the pair spins on the outside. Very elegant. Great intersection for them. Of course, this team is opting to put their arms above the head as they go through the intersection rather than being on one foot. Both help achieve the same technical level, but an option on the strategy for the team. Picking up a lot of speed here going into the pivoting block, which is super helpful taking these deep edges. Oh, and fall. Again, pivot block falls are the worst. Leading those turns, there are some unison issues with skaters turning at different times. Won't affect the technical, but the judges will take note of that.
Yes, that mistake on the pivot block could be crucial. They're obviously going to get a 1 point deduction for that, and the score for that element's going to go down for dead sure. And they needed to be flawless, to be honest. They need a huge score going into this if they're to hold the place. You do sense that the Japanese team are on a charge.
I definitely sense that, and you know, I think that it's well deserved. This team obviously gave it everything that they had. I do think this team does really well with nice, strong, powerful music, so it felt like they were holding back a bit with this soft music. It'd be interesting to see what they choose to skate to next season.
Yeah, the music there was humanity in motion. Yeah, they look a little subdued as they come off the ice. I think they're sensing the worst. Some of the highlights. I thought it started off very well because the program captured your imagination. Yeah, some really good movements here. Lovely in the lift.
And up into the group lift element, rotating. Looks easy and comfortable, although we all know that it's not. Spiral legs a bit low.
Not quite the same, are they?
Not quite. You can see them changing position here as they change their tracks from one side of the skater to another. And bringing it full circle with the same athlete up at the end as at the beginning.
So they need 125.1. Their season's best is 102.6, and that is a personal best score for them. And you've got to say, I hate to say it, but they didn't skate their best, did they?
Unfortunately, they didn't, and it'll be a bit disappointing. But again, these athletes have given everything that they had to this, and sometimes things happen on the ice, and you can't prepare for it.
Yeah, it's on any given day, isn't it? The technical panel's still taking a look. They're going to get the 1 point deduction for the fall. Just to remind you, the Japanese team still out in front, 179.22 their total score, which is huge at this point in the competition.
Team Icefire Senior has earned in the
well, it is a season's best, so well done for that. You can see that it is 5th on the free, and that has them 5th overall with 161.52. They're going behind the Swiss team. There's confirmation of that. And ahead of Team Fusion from Spain. So still great news for the Japanese team. They're out in front.
United Angels.
So we have one more team to go, and a team that really impressed us in the short program. They had a fall, but just bear in mind it's the first time in the World Championships for them. This is Team United Angels from Germany.
Seeing the male skater lifted in the creative element. The crowd is loving that one.
He said, son, when you grow up, would you be a savior of the broken, the beaten, and the damned? He said, son, when you grow up, would you be the savior of the broken, the beaten?
Going for a pivot block 3. Great strategy there. tight spacing in that intersection, but they get through. Wow, look at that entrance to those death spirals. We lost a little bit of unison, but it still had a wow factor. Lost a little bit of rotational speed in that hair spin. So different from the short program last night. All of the athletes do not need to have the same position in the moves element. So that's why you're going to be seeing some of the skaters doing spirals and some doing other positions, such as the Bielman spiral that you just saw here. Excellent collapsing intersection from them. Straight line, good unison, good spacing.
Oh, yes. I tell you what, that was some performance from this team.
Team United Angels.
Incredible. First time at the World Championships for them. Here they are in 11th place. Hardly put a foot wrong, to be honest. Could they get inside the top 10? They stand a chance.
They might be able to do it. I really don't think they could have skated any better. Great choreography, great decisions on the coaching staff, and great execution by the athletes.
Well, they really have put the cat amongst the pigeons, that's for sure. We love the Japanese team who are leading at the moment. But the German team here in their first appearance at Worlds really are going to push them, that's for sure. Don't think there was the sophistication. It didn't have their hair at the back of the neck moment, did it, that the Japanese team did? But my oh my, what a debut.
Absolutely, and to come back from the short program and feel the pressure of completing such an amazing program and then thinking about doing it again this evening, they really stood up to the challenge, and it's incredible to see.
Yeah, I think if they hadn't had that fall in the short, they probably have got a personal best, if not a very, very, very close to it. A couple of dicey moments in there. The thing that impressed me with this team was that they seem to have an ability to get out of trouble.
They knew where they needed to be. Again, it's as if they've practiced those mistakes and they know how to avoid them and how to make sure that they don't get them into a sticky situation.
That is a really key point, isn't it? Any young teams watching this, practice your mistakes. Practice getting out of trouble. Very important. There's some really interesting choreography.
He's the giggle out of funeral, knows everybody's disapproval. I should have
Thought this was an inspirational piece of music. Hosier's "Take Me to Church," great rendition of it.
I did feel that this program kept building to the end. Right until the final movement, you didn't really know what to expect.
No, they created an atmosphere in the arena.
They did.
Okay, so they need 124.59 to go into the lead.
Team United Angels
Can they do it? No, not quite. Still the Japanese are going to lead 119.69. It's second on the free. That'll be second overall. Yep, 174.33. Still Team Jingu Ice Messengers for Japan out in front. But the Germans go into second, and that is one heck of an achievement. I tell you, fantastic effort from the German team. So that's how they stand. We've got the top 10 still to go. Remember, the draw is in reverse order of how they finished after the short. So the top 10 teams still to go, and the battle for the medals coming up. But it's been fascinating so far. Jingu Ice Messengers leading, United Angels for Germany second, and the Zulus for France in third place as we go into the penultimate group. We've got another ice resurface coming up now, so it'll be about 20 minutes before we get underway with this second to last group. Big names going, and none bigger than the Haydenettes, who will be last to go in this opening group. Remember, they're the team that have been on the podium before. They're 4 times bronze medalists at the World Championships. You'll see how they fare in a moment or two. We'll be back after this short break.
Jackson family. I am joined on the studio by
Jill?
and
Emily?
I used to know each other.
We're family.
You are family, and where are y'all from?
Boston.
Boston. My cousins from Boston. What do you do with your life, Emily? It's fantastic. The reason we invited you here is this is a portion of our program. We take really smart, incredible people and make them do really stupid things. So whip off those glasses for me, if you would. You play a little game we like to call Cookie Face. I've given each of you an Oreo cookie. You are going to place that Oreo cookie on your forehead. The first person to be able to move it from their forehead into their mouth, using any appendages, fingers or toes, will be declared our winner. How you feeling about your chances?
Gonna win.
Yeah, and you? Yeah, you guys are practicing for a by. Oh, you get that little dramatic cookie face music for me? There we go. On the forehead. On your mark. Get set. Cookie face. Drinks more in. Both of them over two. Focusing on Emily. Emily's a skater. In New York and in Boston. Getting closer. Getting closer. Jumping out through a drop. Jill with slow play. Back out again, get her a fresh cookie. Look at this. Yar! You'd be doing a great job there, Jill. Down cookie once again. You got it? Once again, and a lead figure skate herself. Trying to work in, low, throwing at you, yes. No. Back to Jill. You only have another 45 seconds left for you. Doing great, another cookie. Jill with the victory! Jill, congratulations! You just won as a prize that cookie that fell on the floor!
Gluten intolerance.
Okay, then instead we got a prize back for you from U.S. Figure Skating. How about it for Jill? Emily is the consolation prize. This is the cookie I just stepped on. Round of applause for Emily, for Jill. They just played cookie face and did it in unison. That was some dramatic music. We're about 6 more minutes away from our next group of skaters. Into the ice. Do your cookie face and your best moves, whatever we see on the day.
Welcome back. And we get underway now with the penultimate group here in this World Synchronized Skating Championships. We're into the top 10. We're into the nitty-gritty now. Just to remind you, it's the Japanese team who are out in front. Jingu Ice Messengers, who skated very, very well in both the short and the free. And they are challenging for a top 10 place if any one of these early teams makes a mistake. On the ice at the moment is the Swedish team, lying in 10th place. They had a fall in the short. This is Team Inspire. And Sweden in the past have been very successful, haven't they, as far as synchronized skating is concerned?
They have, and their top team has recently disbanded, and Team Inspire has come up into play here, and they're just really making a name for themselves. This is only their second showing at the World Championships, and they had a top 10 finish last season. Really excited to see what they do. They're typically very innovative. Should be a good program.
Yeah, 10th in your first time in is very, very impressive indeed. There's confirmation of how they stand going into this. Ice Messengers leading, United Angels for Germany second, and Zulus for France in third. That's the situation further down. Of course, we've got the battle for the medals coming up as well. Just to remind you, it's Les Supreme, the Canadian team, the defending champions, who are leading, but by the skin of their teeth, they've got Helsinki Rockets right on their tails, and the other Finnish team, Unique, in third place. There's confirmation of how this group will go. And the Haydenettes not happy being in this group.
I would imagine not, but I would also imagine them coming back ready to fight hard.
Okay, we're ready to get underway now. This is the Swedish team. As I said, lying in 10th place. They won't want to drop outside the top 10, that's for sure. This is Team Inspire and their music, Wings for Ukraine.
Really nice entry into their pair spins. Very creative and different. As I mentioned, something we should be seeing throughout. Nice spiral position, nice and secure. You can see a change in the arm hold. Difficult to add on. Choosing to do their pivoting block on their right foot. Most of the teams we've seen so far have gone the other direction. A little bit of a loss of shape there through that intersection. Again, won't be reflected from the technical panel. but the judges will reflect that in their marks. Really creative, difficult entry into their death spirals. And they go flying up and out of them. Bump
what a
in
shame.
the intersection, yeah. Likely won't affect the call of the intersection. It'll just be reflected from the judges. Vault up and into the lifts. A little bit sticky getting out of those lifts for some of them.
What a start to this penultimate group. It could not have gone better, could you? You see every single one of those elements getting the thumbs up from the judges, even with the mistake. A positive grade of execution on every single element. Obviously, some of them will be reviewed and the judges have the opportunity to look back at some of the elements, but at the moment, it's a thumbs up, isn't it, for Team Inspire? Very inspirational.
Yeah, at the moment, it looks like they received all of the technical calls and levels that they were going for, which we have not seen yet this evening, so it's very impressive from them. Especially, again, they're only their second year out at the championship.
Yeah, you wouldn't believe it, would you? They're looking at the pivot block at the moment. That's just gone down a level, I think. So the score's just dropped a bit, but I think it could be a huge score for this team. Yeah, they look well trained, they look composed, they look confident going into this.
Something that really stood out to me was the amount of partner work that was done in the transitions and the difficulty that they did with each of their, pair movements. I really was shocked by how strong they were and the difficulty they were able to execute. It is not easy, especially in a free program, to get all of that done. So that really stood out to me.
Yeah, and you made the point as well on the pivot block. They did it on the right foot as opposed to the left foot. Now, somebody watching that at home will maybe thinking, well, what difference does that make? But it's way more uncomfortable and much harder, isn't it, to do the turns on the right foot? And for most people, lefty or lefty.
Right. For most people, it is more challenging.
There it is.
It's also giving a different vantage point to the panel. So that is something to think about when you're choreographing, figuring out what exactly you want the panel to see and from which view. And here they go, as I mentioned, flying out of those death spirals. Difficult exit. Very impressive, very innovative. Big vaulting entry into their group lift. Just so many things to be proud of with this team.
Yeah, amazing balance point there.
Yes. Without the hands. Again, showcasing more pair work. Both athletes in a pair need to be so strong in order to execute elements like that.
Yeah, what makes this even more impressive for me is the fact that they knew stepping onto the ice that they need a season's best score here. There is no margin for error because the Japanese team have skated so well.
The scores, please.
So 122.93 will give them the lead.
Team Inspire.
I couldn't see much wrong with that.
The free skating.
Oh wow, 130.86. That's a super score for them. That's a season's best by some way. Got 7.5 points better than they've got all year. So fabulous stuff. It's the time to do it. And they go shooting into the lead, and the charge from the Japanese team is stopped with aplomb here.
Team Hot Shivers.
So we move on now to the team lying in 9th place. They hail from Italy. They were 11th at the World Championships last year. This is Team Hot Shivers from Italy. Selection of music by Craig Armstrong for them.
This team does so well with soft, elegant music. They put their intersection on an angle different from what we've seen from everybody else. Just a style preference. And again, thinking about the vantage point that the panel is going to have.
They get their lines very well through that.
Difficult turns, a series of 1-foot turns into the spin. Again, one of the different features you're going to see going into the spin element. Love that entry feature, so unexpected going into the death spiral. Nice straight lines there. That was a really nice, clear example of the pivoting feature and the no hold, pivoting around 1 point. Spiral issues, leg heights, and then missing the connection after they changed arms. Beautiful position in the creative element.
Well, I've got to say, I love the choice of music. The soundtrack of Love Actually, of course. And a piece that built and built, and they interpreted it perfectly. I thought the program built as it went on, and it needed to be good because they need a huge score here in this free. Didn't make too many mistakes, no big ones anyway, did they? Yeah, the pressure really on this team, isn't it?
It is, and I agree with the music selection. As I mentioned as they began skating, they do so well with beautiful, emotional music. And finding the right piece of music that fits your team, as we keep saying, is the most crucial piece in the puzzle of creating a great season.
They need close to a season's best to go into their allotted slot, to go into first place. The Swedish team ahead of them have really put down a marker. The Japanese team as well. And they had a lovely feel for the music. About you, I felt like the first half of the program was, as far as the quality of the elements was concerned, was better than the second half.
I agree, and it's hard to tell if that was a choreographical layout issue or if it's just fatigue setting in, but I agree. They started off with a lot of speed and really quiet skating, and the finish to their movements was much stronger in the first half than the second. This was a highlight for me. Oh, we were unable to see that when we were watching the screens, the 2 falls for the death spirals. Well, that is unfortunate, and that may be the difference maker between them and Sweden.
So they need 1:28.24 to go into the lead. That's going to be hard. I mean, they've had 1:30.54 before this season. 1:20.3 would give them second place ahead of the Japanese. Where's it going to be for the Hot Shivers? It's so tight round here. 1:20.28 is third on the free. That should get them into second place. No, third overall. So that does mean that the Japanese team go into the top 10. And I've got to say, pretty chuffed about that. Look how close it was, just 100th of a point in it. Amazing.
Now taking the ice, competing for Germany, here is Team Berlin 1.
Well, there's a German team in 4th place at the moment, but here the German team lying in 8th place going into this. They had a season's best in the short program, and that even with a fall in there as well. I wish them well here. This is Team Berlin 1.
Interesting pattern across the ice. And this team is electing to do different skating directions in their pivoting block. First time we've seen it tonight. We will be seeing more of that with the higher level teams in the final group. It is a new feature. Doesn't award additional technical points, but if done well, the piano will increase. Wow, another shoot the duck entrance and the grab of the free leg behind and the loop jump out. All increasing the difficulty for that element. Camel spins here, losing a bit of rotational speed, but good shape overall through that element. Nice pivoting entry into this element, electing to do both 1 foot on the rotations as well as arms overhead.
Well, a really interesting, challenging program that, and you can see the technical score, the best that we've seen so far.
Team Berlin won.
Program that certainly challenged them, technically demanding, and the German fans here really applauding that. I think that they probably couldn't have done much better. Didn't see too many mistakes in there.
Not at all. Great skate for them. Lots of innovation in this program as well. I really enjoyed the transitions between the elements in this particular program. That stood out to me.
Yeah, it's so impressive, isn't it? Where, from especially when you've got the overhead shot and you can see the patterns on the ice and the way they go from one formation into the next. It's something to behold. And they make it look so easy, but the work that goes into it, well, you know, putting that together and trying to work out who's where and how it all pans out is very difficult. Pretty good attention to detail.
Absolutely. This is taking a look at the moves element. Again, those nice Bielmann positions, way above the head and the center axis of the skater. And really good energy up and into those split lifts.
It's almost the crispness, isn't it? The sharpness from one move to the next.
I also thought that, as we're seeing here in this replay, this team did a really nice job of using their range of motion in their upper bodies.
So that should help them in the second mark.
Definitely should.
Wonderful expression there.
I would have liked to have seen more rotational speed and some better positions in this spin element. Still executed well and getting the call for that.
They're thrilled with how things went out there and the score going up and down all over the place as the technical panel and they're trying to review some of those elements. good calls, looking down at the grade of execution. It's every single element getting a green light and a thumbs up from the panel of judges. So they need 128.18 to go into the lead. Their season's best is 125.42. 129.52, it's a season's best. It is second on the night, but that should be enough for them. And indeed it is. Yep, they go into the lead. 188.51, the leading score. And that's what it means. They're ahead of the Swedes. Team Surprise down into second place. And the Japanese team there in third at the moment. So we've got 2 more teams to go in this penultimate group.
Hungary. Here is Team Passion.
Well, they're ready to go. They've had their warm-up. They go into this lying in 7th place. They had a season's best in the short program. Got a couple of points, nearly a couple of points more than they have done all season. This is Team Passion from Hungary.
So even though that element loses its shape for a moment as they intersect, it still comes back to the wheel and it's still considered part of the element. And I really think that this is a nicely done element here. Lots of layers. Should be rewarded. Nicely done intersection. I think a lot more collapsing box intersections rather than triangles. Again, just the preference of the team. Another pair spin. Some of them struggling to get the required rotation flowing down, so I'm sure that will be looked at. One of the skaters struggling with the Wheelman position. Pretty decent shape throughout that pivoting block.
Well, some interesting choreography there, that's for sure. And you can see the technical score pretty good.
Ladies and gentlemen,
I've got to say, watching that program, I just felt that comparing that to some of the programs that we've seen, some of the transitions between the elements, the way they got into the lifts and got out of them, were not as smooth as some of the other teams.
A little bit more labored, and it was a little bit more frantic in the quick sections where the strides got a little bit short and choppy. So maybe not the best music selection, or maybe just was the night and the nerves got the best of them. But there was definitely a lot of good skating there, a lot of good creativity. I am blown away, as I say, by all of the creativity that I'm seeing tonight.
Yeah, they had a dicey moment in the intersection as well, didn't they? A couple of them.
Yeah, spacing got a little bit tight. However, they did get through, no issues, got the full call, and that is just a testament to the athletes understanding their spacing and what needs to happen in that element.
So how, this is a layman's question, but so in the intersection, there was obviously contact between a couple of the skaters, and the line went out, and they still get a positive GOE?
Yeah, so the reduction is not as big in that situation as it is in a fall or an actual collision. That is more just a bump, has a lot less impact on the GOE of the intersection. This was a real highlight for me, that artistic wheel at the very beginning. Really strong start, really innovative. You can see a couple of the edges changing here in the pivoting block. Again, looking for that deep ankle pressure and lean over the edges and maintaining it throughout. Ending with their creative lift. And Chris, everybody gets full value for that as long as everybody is participating in the lift element. So as long as there's some participation from every one of the athletes on the ice, you do get the full call.
The scores, please.
Well, it's certainly got the thumbs up from the judges, that's for sure. And I think we're going to have new leaders after this.
Has earned in the free
So it is a season's best for them, 133.71. That is a huge score for them. Some, what is it, 7-8 points more than they've got all season. And that's the time to do it. So Team Passion goes shooting into the lead ahead of Berlin. And Team Inspire, they're in third place.
Competing next for the United States of America, ladies and gentlemen, Team Haydenettes.
So this is a huge moment for this team. A team that have 4 times been on the podium. They've won the bronze medal 4 times. They had a couple of falls in the short program. Not a great score. Redemption here for the Haydenettes.
Beautiful layers of choreography to this element. This team electing to do their do their lifts in both rotational directions, as opposed to the other teams who are intersecting in a mirror image pattern. Great example of the different skating directions being showcased in this pivoting block. beautiful angled intersection. Really interesting pattern on the ice with the synchronized spin. That should score well. Picking up some nice speed into the move element. Interesting use of the mirror image pattern and the no hold.
Wow. Did you ever doubt them? Goodness me. They have come back there with a vengeance. And to be honest, they needed to, because they were so far off the mark after the short program. Remember, this is a world-ranked team lying in 6th place. They've come here really hoping to get on the podium. And they're on the back foot after a disappointing short. But what a response that was.
Yeah, that was very impressive, very solid skate. Again, right in it, right from the beginning, down into their knees, down into their ankles from the beginning, into the ice. And that just brings a certain level of command and control, and then you just know they're going to nail the program. They should be so proud of themselves. Quite the comeback.
Yeah, that takes some courage, doesn't it? When you obviously not done as well as you want in the short. And we've said before, you can't win in the short, but you can sure as heck get yourself in a position where you can lose it. And that's pretty much what happened to this team. But they really have put the pressure on the top 5 teams. That was some skate. Was that their best skate of the season?
We'll find out, won't we?
Gotta be close to it. Just looks silky smooth through the transition. And there didn't seem to be a weak link in the team, did there? The quality of skating was second to none so far.
I completely agree with you. The skating really took it to the next level. The skating skills, the carriage, it's the best we've seen so far.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what they were doing, which direction they were skating, left over right, right over left, rockers, counters, choke tours, clean as a whistle.
Definitely. And that intersection that was just shown, that was a highlight for me. The speed and the accuracy in that was remarkable.
Yeah, I don't think one of them was out of line, were they?
Didn't appear that way.
Well, looking down, the GOEs that they're getting are huge compared to anything that we've seen so far. The levels are good on pretty much everything, I think.
Bit of a downgrade on the group lift element and the pivoting block. So we'll see how that turns out. They could not have done any better. They should be absolutely thrilled.
We talked about the part that the crowd play. It was deafening when they were skating.
It was, but you could still feel the crowd behind them.
Okay, so 130.36 is going to give them the lead. They're going to be way above that, but they're looking much further ahead. They want to put the pressure on the teams that are to come. Oh, 153.55. That's a huge score for them. Remember, 146.24 is their best score this season. So that is huge. They needed a big score. They needed a clean skate, and they delivered in some fashion. Look at that score. Well, that's a point more than they've had all season, including that disappointing short program. What do you think about that?
It's incredible, and it just, again, it shows the strength of the team. Everybody can have an unfortunate skate, but what it takes to come back and nail it in the free program, that takes resilience, as I think we talked about last night. So it's great to see them be able to do that, and just kudos to them for coming back and nailing it.
Yes, absolutely. I second that. That was some skate by the Haydenettes. So the Haydenettes leading going into the final group. We've got the top 5 after the short program to come. Haydenettes first, Passion second, Berlin 1 in 3rd place at the moment, but the big guns still to go. We've got a break of about 20 minutes, but we'll be back to see who gets on the podium and where those medals go. Don't you dare miss that. It's going to be exciting. CNMO.
We got more coming up here in just a little bit. We know the Oreo cookies, but we might have some more shenanigans. Before we get to our final group skaters, here's 2023 ISU Synchronized Skating Championship. those are cool. American Athletic here promoting their new innovative product, skate wraps. Wraps are easily removable and fit all figure skate brands, team discounts, so the whole team can match their entire outfit head to the tips of their toes. Skate wraps ready to synchronize skating to the next level. You can match your skates to your theme. Stop by the booth, contact them on the website, AmericanAthleticShoe.com for team discounts. Once again, we find really, really impressive people and ask them to do really ridiculous things. Big fans, who's ready? I'm joined by
Paige.
and
Jonna.
Jonna. Where are you all from?
Boston.
Boston? Nice, very good. Okay, and you're a skater too? You're a skater?
Yes, proud alumna at Miami University.
You should stick around. I think they're skating it a little bit. Are you guys want to take to the ice and do some skating for us?
Maybe 15 years ago I could have done that for us, but I'm gonna leave it to them to do, and I'll just hang out and watch.
You know what, instead, let's have you do some other ridiculous contest. This is a little game we like to call Mummy Rap. Here's the deal, teams. You will have 60 seconds. You, John, will be standing right here as a mummy. Paige, you need to use this entire roll of toilet paper to wrap her like a mummy, head to the tips of her toes. Okay? You only have 60 seconds to do it, and you have to use the entire roll. If you do this in time, I'm going to give you a silly prize back. If you don't, you'll win nothing and just look ridiculous in front of thousands of people. It's a win-win situation. Stand by. I've got 60 seconds on my clock over here. On your mark. Wait a second. DJ Romeo, you guys do good? Music for this one too? Yeah! Mummy Rap. 3, 2, 1, rap! 55 seconds to go, and we're not going around the head. Really, it's not my TV we're putting out here right now. Wouldn't move too much. 40 seconds left on the clock. 30 seconds. Control it. Not all your raps are perfect. You can touch it a little bit here. Short time. 15 seconds. 10. Countdown, 5. You can see, tell her, folks, did they do it? You just lied, or she can't see. Hey, everybody, did she do it? Yeah! Congratulations, you win! Well, these are your cookies from earlier. I got a prize back for you, too. Round of applause, Paige, Jana. They've been the best in my studio. I could have a prize back for you. There you go. One more round of applause for them. Congratulations. Okay, we have ourselves 8 minutes here before we get to our final group of teams. Another from the U.S., and a pair for Canada, a pair for Finland. The creme of the creme, all coming up here. Our final group, 2023 ISU Synchro Skating Championships. Now we're going to dance for our final group of skaters before we get to them. Would you please give a very warm welcome to the president of the ISU, Jae Kim.
So welcome back. Yes, just the introduction there of the president of the International Skating Union. He must be very pleased with how things are progressing here as we move on to the final group here of the World Synchronized Skating Championships in Lake Placid. The atmosphere has been building throughout the evening, and we're in for a humdinger of a final group. Chris Howarth alongside Daniela Stour. Had a mind blank then. So, here we go. Final group. 5 teams to go. The situation going into this, it's the Haydenettes leading by some way. They put in a really strong performance, and they really have put the pressure on these teams.
They have. This is going to be an exciting group to watch. Again, it's all about the medals. And this team is making a push for a medal, being one of the only 5 teams hitting the 70s in the short program. We'll see if they can keep the lead over the Haydenettes, but I can't wait to see what happens.
Yes, 4 of the 5 teams in this final group got season's best scores. That shows you they're up for it, aren't they?
They are, and they're well-deserved season's best scores. Everybody skated lights out last night. I'm really hoping that we get to see that kind of skating again tonight.
So, just to remind you, well, that's how they go. It's the Canadian team, the defending champions, just ahead. There's Supreme from Canada, half a point ahead of the Helsinki Rocketters, who have a great program. They've been world champions 3 times before. And then in 3rd place, a team that's never been on the podium before. Team Unique from Finland, and they were sensational. Behind them, and they've got a bit of a ground to make up. They did have a fall in the short, the 2009 world champions, Team Next Ice from Canada, and there are the team that are lying in 5th place. They had a season's best score in the short program. They skated an absolute blinder, and they need to do the same here.
Represents the United States of America. Let's welcome Team Miami University.
So here they are. They're in 5th. Could they possibly get on the podium? This is their bid for a medal here in Lake Placid. We wish them well. It's Miami University for the USA. Ode to Joy, the music.
Interesting position from them in the group lift. really nice collapsing intersection. Very nice spacing. Well done. Strong, secure positions in the move element. Unison issues going into the spin. Interesting shape there. Well, they gave it absolutely everything that they had. An unfortunate fall at the end of the pivoting block. We'll see how badly that affects them. They did everything they could.
They really did, yeah. I mean, it wasn't the start they wanted, and to put the disappointment of that first element behind them and skate a program like they did, I think is very creditable indeed. A few of the elements, what there's 4 or 5 of the elements there being reviewed by the technical panel. The fall will hurt. Of course, they're going to get a 1-point deduction there. The grade of execution has to go down for that pivot block element. We'll wait and see how crucial that would be. They needed to be clean, didn't they?
They did, but they also had quite a bit of a lead over the Haydenettes, so we'll see what that looks like as well.
Yeah, their goal at the end of this, if nothing else, would be to finish ahead of the Haydenettes.
I agree. They should be so proud. As you said, having a fall early on and then recovering from that and skating as hard as they did, that takes a lot of mental toughness.
Yeah, they've really shown some resilience here. And technical power getting through those elements, aren't they? It doesn't look to be too bad. The GOE still stacking up all the way through on all 10 elements.
Looks like they've lost a couple of levels on the technical side of things. We'll have to see how all of that adds up. What I really enjoyed about this team is you could feel them breathing and using their breath to guide their movements, and that is not something you see from every team, but really understanding where movement originates from and being able to see them do that when they're completing all of these complex aspects of their program. It was amazing.
Yeah, under intense pressure as well.
Completely.
I mean, the pressure, you can't even imagine, you can't put it into words, can you, after the brilliant performance from the Haydenettes. So, what do they need? They need 148.26 if they are to go into the lead. Anxious moments. The best score this season is 137.25. They did have that fall at the beginning. How costly will it be? Could it have cost them a place here?
The scores, please. Team Miami University has earned in the free skating
139.87. It's second place. It is season's best, but that will put them into second place behind the Haydenettes. It is an America 1-2 at the moment. The Haydenettes leading, and we've got 4 to go.
From Canada, here is Team Nexus.
So next up, the team that won the World Championships back in 2009. They had a fall in the short program, but they are in 4th place. This is Team Nexus from Canada.
Extremely dynamic opening here. Look at the speed that they're generating. Some sticky spacing, but they get through it. Love that creative lift position. Backward death spirals, again, not technically different than the other death spirals, a choreographical choice. Look at the speed through that intersection. Slight unison issues in the rotation of the lift. However, the ease with which they got up into that lift was beautiful.
Now we've got a competition on our hands. That is for dead sure. They could not have done any more. This team, one of the most successful teams there are in synchronized skating. They, as I said, won the World Championships back in 2009. They won it in 2015. They've been runners-up in 2012, 2013, 2014, bronze medalists as well. They've been around the block.
They have. They definitely know what they're doing. So let's see if it's enough to get into the medals. I just really cannot believe how much these athletes use their backs and their full range of motion. They use all of the space around them in a way that not really many other teams do. And it's beautiful to watch. And I'm sure we're going to see that reflected in the scores.
Yeah, the patterns become bigger, don't they? The whole, they seem to fill the ice more.
They seem to fill the arena.
Yeah. Projecting right to the back row.
So much intention with their movements.
Well, their start was fantastic.
Just, I mean, every movement perfectly representing the music. So much power and attack.
They really are a class act.
Look at the tension in the fingers all the way through the movement. And they all do that. They all commit to those movements. Talk about silky smooth from the pre-lift up into that split lift position.
There was never a moment where it looked uncomfortable.
No, they had it the whole time.
So their best score this season, 153.04. They got that in the Spring Cup.
The scores, please.
They're going to go into the lead. I'm pretty sure of that. But by how much?
Has earned in the free skating 100.
Oh, they are challenging for a medal. 155.91. It's a season's best for Team Nexus. It could not be better. They are challenging the Finns. Remember, there are 2 Finnish teams ahead of them, and their teammates as well at the top of the pile going into the free.
Competing next for Finland, let's welcome Team Unique.
So, this team have about 3.5 points in hand going into this, and who knows, they may need it. Never been on the podium before, but they're in 3rd place at the moment. Team Unique from Finland.
Écoutez-moi, moi la chanteuse à demi. Parlez de moi, à vos amours, à vos amis. Parlez-leur de cette fille aux yeux noirs et de son rêve fou. Moi ce que je veux, c'est écrire des histoires qui arrivent jusqu'à vous. C'est tout. Voilà qui je suis, me voilà même aussi. Mis à nu, j'ai pas, me voilà.
strength coming off of each push from them. Something you don't see from any other team are these vertical lifts in the split position. And they make it look effortless.
What a difficult dismount.
So much power. Something else we don't see is that split position in the death spiral. The strength that is needing for that is
Oh,
well done.
just beautiful. They did not miss a beat.
The way that program was building and building and building. I mean, it just kept you on the edge of your seat.
Yeah, it was a masterpiece, wasn't it?
It really was.
Really great choice. That waltz rhythm. I honestly don't think they skipped one beat throughout that program.
I don't think so either. And there was a moment at the beginning where it was like, you know, do they have too much pent-up nervous energy?
Yes.
Are they attacking too much? But they settled in, they skated it beautifully, and that has to be enough to get them a medal.
Yeah, for sure. What color?
We'll find
could
out.
Not be more exciting. I tell you, well, the Canadian team did everything they could, didn't they? Next Ice did a stunning performance. They threw down the gauntlet to these two, and this team have picked up the gauntlet and thrown it down the yard.
They sure have.
Goodness me, that was just unbelievable. But we feel sure they're going to get a medal with that performance. But what color? No, we've only got 2 teams to go. We've got the Roquettes and the defending champions, Les Suprêmes, last to go.
This synchronized spin element with the pairs and the change of position was a real highlight for me. This is not easy to do, and it just goes to show you how well-rounded synchronized skating athletes need to be. Look at the unison, even in slow motion.
Yeah, I think in every element, you know, even the death spirals, which weren't easy, they were doing them in a difficult position. The unison was uncanny.
It truly was. And again, looking at these very unique, for lack of a better word, group lifts.
Yeah, that balance point is not easy.
No, very innovative, very difficult, but they make it look easy.
They do indeed.
And again, that building momentum to the end. You just wanted them to keep going.
Yeah, that was stunning. Well, I hope you're enjoying this.
The scores, please.
It could not be more exciting. 151.96 would get them into the lead. They're going to do that by a country mile, I think. Look at that, 161.55.
Oh my gosh.
That is a huge score. That's a season's best for them. And they are on the podium for sure. What color medal will they get? There's confirmation. The Finns at the top of the pile with 2 to go.
Coming to us from Finland, Let's welcome Team Helsinki Rockets.
Okay, we're getting down to the wire now. In second place. And they had a season's best. 3-time world champions. What have they got in store for us here? They need to be right on the money. The Helsinki Rockets.
Again, a position we haven't seen. 2 skaters holding up the 3rd skater on top with a nice curve to the back. The difficult exit, but done like they do it in their sleep. Change of position feature that they use in the no-hold is one of the most creative I've seen. Interesting to watch and also well done with the music. Such tight spacing, and it's as if they just know where everybody on the team is and how to get through that. Look at that position, the curve of the back, and the strength for that. Oh, and the tumble out of the element. Thankfully not in the element, but that could cost them. Unbelievable, difficult entry into the death spirals. Loss of some shape in this element, but I haven't seen anybody execute more difficult spins than that. That is going to be close.
It certainly is. It was a masterpiece. That's no No doubt about that. It was a stunning performance, but there was that one crucial error, and how crucial will it be?
Thankfully, Chris, you know, it's not in an element, it is just in a transition, so it shouldn't affect them too badly other than the obvious deduction. But wow, does that program build. We just keep getting better and better here.
It is quite something, isn't it? Well, this team have got about 1.5 points or so in hand going into this. They may well lead it. They've lost a point with the fall.
The innovation coming out of these top teams is just incredible.
Yeah, they're pushing the boundaries, aren't they? They're taking that rule book and almost ripping it up and trying to create new moves.
It's just like they're in a different universe from the very beginning.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Daring to be different.
Stunning positions. So much speed carried throughout this. And again, even though it would appear that the athlete on top is laying across them, the amount of control that is required by everybody is insane. And just an illusion, a backward illusion, throw it in for fun. Kind of showing off there. Look at our skills. And then this position. The flexibility and strength there. Unmatched. Into the slight
tumble. That was the mistake, wasn't it? Yeah.
Just getting tripped up on the exit there.
So quickly back into the program. Could almost miss it. Well, it could not be tighter. They need 1:59.08 to go into the lead. Deep breath. They've got everything crossed. Yes, 1:60.95. It is second on the free, but that will be enough for them. There it is, confirmation. It's silver or gold for the Roquettes. We've got one team to go. It's Finland 1 and 2 at the moment.
From Canada, Team Placid.
What a moment for this team. They go into this as the reigning champions. They were sensational in the short program. Can they do it again? They've got the smallest of margins going into this. They need to be right on the money. A Supreme from Canada.
Beautiful pivoting block. Wow, look at that entry into those hair spins. Not the most difficult entry, but great unison through that pair element. Look at all of those levels and the difficulty as they pivot in the normal. They nailed that angled intersection. That's got to feel amazing going into the last two elements of the program. Wow. That is going to be so close.
Ladies and gentlemen, Team Les Supreme.
Well, every picture tells a story, and what a story that was. The defending champions, with their backs against the wall, went out there and they had to be foot perfect. They could not put a foot wrong. And I tell you what, I think they've nailed it. It was stunning.
I was so nervous. I was so nervous the whole time because they were going so hard and they just absolutely nailed it.
Yeah, that was a magic moment. To perform like that without the pressure is one thing, isn't it? But to go out there as the defending champions, knowing that you cannot put a foot wrong. The competition has been that strong. That was remarkable.
I really enjoyed the speed and flow they had going in and out of each element. A lot of times when teams are trying such difficult things, you see that they lose speed at some point going in and out of things, and this team just did not. And the layers of the choreography, just no stone was left unturned.
Yeah, even under the scrutiny of the super slow-mo, the unison on those death spirals, just crazy. Well, we've seen some amazing performances tonight, there's no doubt about that, but I just feel like this has taken it to another level. Not by much.
I completely agree. I'm blown away by the athleticism in this last group especially, but from the whole event.
So what do you think? Did they do enough?
Oh, we'll find out so soon.
So they need 165 157 is that? 155 is their personal best this season. But you can see the technical score was very good when they finished. Hold your breath. Will they be champions again?
Team La Supreme has earned in the free skating.
Yes, they will. 161.98 will do it. They win the free. And there, the realization, they are the champions here in Lake Placid, and deservedly so. They could not have done more. Confirmation of how they finish. Les Suprêmes, the world champions again. They are supreme here in Lake Placid in 2023. Helsinki Rockets in second place. They gave an amazing fight. And I've got to say, Team Unique, who finished second on the free, but third overall. What a magnificent performance from them too.
And they got their first world medal. So
they have indeed, yeah. Hard to believe when you look at them that they've never been on the podium before. But there's confirmation of how it finished. And at the end of the day, the top 3 teams in a class of their own.
I completely agree with you. Every team just kept getting better and better and better.
And the Japanese team, they do get into the top 10. We love that. Thumbs up for them. Keep your eye on them.
Same with Team Inspire from Sweden. They moved up a placement from last season. Again, only their second time at the championships. I think they're one to keep an eye on as well.
Yeah, there have been some amazing performances by some of the teams further down. It's been very interesting. There's been some different battles all the way through. Obviously, the battle to get on the podium, then where are the medals going to go? And then, of course, to try and get inside that top 10 if you possibly can. And then there was another battle, wasn't there, between the 2 American teams, Miami and the Haydenettes. Didn't the Haydenettes come back strong?
They sure did. And again, the resilience of a team to be able to come back after a performance that you're not so happy with, being able to reset, go into the free, and not just skate clean, but skate lights out. They did everything they could. 2 American teams on home ice in Lake Placid should be very proud.
Yeah, I agree with that wholeheartedly. And my one takeaway from this event tonight, which I've thoroughly enjoyed, is how the teams have handled the pressure. You know, they're pushing the boundaries. Obviously, technically, the programs are very demanding. They're putting on a fantastic show, but the pressure, knowing that you're stepping out onto the ice at a World Championships, knowing that you've got to do a personal best here just to hold your place, that puts it into a completely different perspective.
It does, and I am certain that these athletes do a lot of mental training, because the mental toughness that's required to handle that kind of pressure, I'm sure we can all imagine, is quite high. And they did it with such grace. All of these teams are just amazing.
Yeah, and the other takeaway for me is how well teams handled mistakes. Certainly the top teams, maybe the lesser teams not so well, and that's something they can learn. But when you look at these top teams, when they make a mistake, they're so quick to recover. It's almost like the team huddle around them and support each other. It's fantastic to see.
You know, and although we know they don't huddle around and support, they do give each other that sense of encouragement and power behind them, and the teams behind you. They give a little squeeze, they give a little wink and a nod, and some nonverbal communication to let them know they're in it together. You know, mistakes happen. It's very infrequent we have perfect skates, but sometimes how you recover from mistakes are more important than the mistakes that are made. So yeah. I agree.
Very well said, yeah.
Something for me that was incredible.
Yeah.
You know, we've got a ton of new rules this season, which many people may not know about, but
well, they do now. You
they
were
do
a
now.
Real insight
Lots
there.
of new rules, and so to see the teams pushing the boundary with new rules as they're getting adjusted to figure out what is going to be given the credit that it deserves and what may not, I was very excited to see the level of athleticism that the teams portrayed here this evening, just across the whole event, truly. Pushing the boundaries and taking the sport to the next level in a season where the rules are new is remarkable.
Yeah, I can imagine that obviously you follow this in much more depth than I do. To follow this and see the progression through the season must be fantastic. I think we're going to hear from the team captains from the
Reigns
winners.
supreme. Olivia. We're down here in the Kiss and Cry, and once again in 2023, Les Supreme reigns supreme. Team captains Olivia, Julia, there are moments in sports where what happens on the playing surface is bigger than the athletes. Tonight, that was one of those moments. Tell us about the moment when you finished that free skate.
It was the most amazing feeling ever. We've been working super hard just to be able to put out two performances that are exactly how we've done in practice, and I think we did that, and we're really proud that we were able to do it for ourselves and for the crowd.
Well, I think, too, another huge moment here comes when you get those scores. Now, you knew coming into this competition, it's not easy to repeat. You knew that you'd be the team to be chased at these world championships. Tell me about looking up to that board and seeing those scores and knowing that once again you'd be atop the podium.
I think it was just a moment of relief, but even of like gratitude and gratification for everything that we've been working hard for. We came into this competition like any other competition, just to put out two performances and have fun together.
You guys have had some more experience right down here. You skated at the university games, you've been doing some training. Was that a bit of an advantage, having a little bit of a feel for this rink?
I think it did help to get to perform once before, because this weekend when we got here, it just felt like home, so.
Well, speaking of which, you won last year on Canadian soil. You're on US soil this time around, but only a couple hours away from Montreal. Tell me about this contingency from Canada and what it was like skating in front of them.
I think it's super nice to have so many friends and family over here. We felt so much love from the crowd, and it just fueled us to put out an even better performance for them, and it felt like we were at home.
You have one more thing to do as a team. In just a few minutes, you'll be getting atop the podium out there. Once again, 2023 World Champions from Montreal, Les Supreme.
Yes, weren't they fantastic? And yeah, in our book, well deserved. You can see there the podium, and what a podium it is, getting ready for the presentations. So yeah, they've won twice in North America. Next year, I think it's in Zagreb, the World Championships. How do you think that will play out?
I can't wait to see, and I can't wait to see what these teams do to push the envelope even farther. I mean, again, first year with the rules, and this is what we're seeing, just bringing the sport to a whole new level.
Yeah, just touching on that. So obviously the season started with the new rule change. You must have seen a massive progress as the season's gone on of how teams, and certainly the top teams, have been able to develop and evolve within the constraints of the new rules.
Yeah, you know, I think across the board at the beginning of the season, we saw a lot more falls. We saw a lot more mistakes because the speed has improved greatly and the risk taking has gone up. And so, you know, I think just watching the teams settle in and get comfortable with understanding what is required in each element and then taking it to the next level, it's been great to see and culminated in a wonderful event today.
Certainly did. A chance to look back at some of the highlights and the winners of the bronze medal, Team Unique. Great to see them on the podium here in Lake Placid. Silver medalists, the Rockettes, and didn't they push it as hard as they possibly could? One slight mistake in there, but they were phenomenal, that's for sure. But at the end of the day, it was the defending champions that were just too good. Wonderful shots here. Total commitment all the way through by this top Finnish team. But the class act of the evening, without a doubt. Again in North America. Les Suprêmes, reign supreme. And they were flawless, just handled the pressure well, right from the off. You almost didn't doubt them, did you?
I had no doubt. They were so confident. They were so into the ice. You could see them breathing together and moving together, and these are the best moments that all coaches and all athletes work so hard for.
Yeah, well, it was interesting to hear them say that they'd worked so hard on trying to put two flawless programs back to back, and that's exactly what they did here. That's what won it for them.
Yeah, I mean,
you can't win it with one program, can you?
You can't, and as you said yesterday, you can't win in the short, but you can lose, and they positioned themselves perfectly, and they won both programs, and I know how much practice and hard work goes into preparing for, you know, the culmination of your season, and they should be very proud of. I'm sure consistency played a big factor in tonight.
Yeah, but a big congratulations to the coaching team and the staff behind them, all the mums and dads that, well, they play their part, don't they?
Everybody plays a part, and I'm sure everybody is so grateful for all the love and support, whether it's the athletes and the coaches, but again, the families are just so important in this process and oftentimes don't get recognized enough, but everybody plays a role in this.
Yeah, it's a team sport and a team effort.
I couldn't agree more.
Well, we've got the victory ceremony coming up, and good to see a fair few people have stayed around for the ceremony, and rightly so, because the top three teams have skated out of their socks, and you have to take your hat off to Team Next Ice from Canada, who finished in 4th place. That wonderful battle between the two American teams. The Haydenettes, who must have been bitterly disappointed, didn't even make it into the final group for the free. When's the last time that happened?
I'm not sure, but you know, these things do happen. I always say the ice is slippery and things happen out there, but it's what you make of the situation, what you learn from it, and how you move forward. And I'm sure that team is going to be bonded forever over the experience, and they'll be able to take that strength with them throughout the rest of their lives.
Well, I think the experience that the Haydenettes have really stood them in good stead. Being in the position they were in going into this, they were able to handle the disappointment, because they did skate very, very well, didn't they?
They did, and I think you mentioned when they were skating that there wasn't a weak link on the team. You could see that they were all evenly matched, great skaters. They completely belonged to be in that top group. So well done with them.
Yeah, Finland have such an amazing history, don't they, in synchronized skating. They've won 9 gold medals, 11 silvers, and 7 bronze up to this championships. Canada, 3 golds, now 4 at the World Championships, 4 silvers, 6 bronze, 13 medals, and now 14 medals in total. Just amazing. But the Finns are out there. They've got now 29 medals. Isn't that incredible?
It really is. I don't know what's going on over there in Finland, but they are producing some great skating and great teams.
Yeah, and you think Marigold didn't even get it.
Exactly. And they're one of the top teams in the world as well.
Yeah, they're at home watching this.
I'm sure they're so proud of their fellow countrymen, putting up a great fight.
Well, I hope you enjoyed it. We've had an absolute blast here. We're waiting for the medal ceremony, which will be coming up very shortly. And a chance for all of us to congratulate the outstanding performances by the top 3 teams. And they have been outstanding. And what a moment for Team Unique. First time on the podium. And when you look at the quality of that team, it seems scarcely credible, does it? Their first medal.
I did not realize that going into this event, that they had never received a medal before. And I agree. I mean, they're one of the best teams in the world. And I can't believe this is their first one, but they belong, and the scores are super tight within those top 3. Just remarkable skating.
Yeah, there is nothing in it. So much depth of talent in Finland. When you think of all the good teams that they've got. And indeed Canada as well. I mean, they're right up there, the USA, North America. It's such a big sport over here. And you know, the success that your team have had this year as juniors. Some of the highest scoring positions in the year.
Yeah, we had an exciting season.
You
Looking
did.
forward to the next one. But I agree there. I think there's just so much depth in some of these countries. How are they not at the top?
Yeah. Amazing stuff. Well, here we go. The victory ceremony for the 2023 World Synchronized Skating Championships here in wonderful Lake Placid, New York.
ISU World Synchronized Skating Championships 2023, Lake Placid. Victory ceremony. In third place and winner of the bronze medal from Finland, Team Unique.
So there they are, Team Unique. What an amazing performance they gave, and here their first medals at a World Championships. An evening that they've been working for many years. They've had such a good season this year. Won in Eindhoven, bronze medalists, silver medals as well in major international competitions. But this is the one they've been working for, and really it's the result of a life's work, isn't it, for them?
It really is. And as I'm listening to this music again, I'm just brought back to all the passion that they brought. And again, that waltz rhythm, being on top of it the entire time, not missing a beat. So well done.
Yeah, I think, I've got to be honest, for me, I think theirs was the most enjoyable free program. I loved it.
It was amazing. I can't choose between them. They're all so good.
They are indeed.
In second place and winner of the silver medal from Finland, Team Helsinki Rockets.
So they gave it their best shot. The Rockettes from Finland, an amazing team. They, the first established synchronized skating team in Finland. And they've always been in amongst it, that's for sure. They've 3-time the world champions. And this their 12th medals at a world championships. That's something else, isn't it? That's consistency.
Yeah, that's quite the record. I'm sure they're a bit disappointed that it's not the gold, but again, just an amazing effort, amazing program. And to be second in the world isn't too shabby.
No, they did have that one mistake, didn't they? That one fall.
Yes, and it may have cost them.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, there literally is nothing in it. It's a point and a half, less than a point and a half. Amazing. They did everything they possibly could. And well deserving of a silver medal here, that is for sure.
In first place, winner of the gold medal and World Synchronized Skating Champion for 2023 from Canada, Team Les Supremes.
So it's déjà vu for Les Supremes from Canada. They were magnificent. A very difficult program. It was challenging, but it was classy, sophisticated. And at the end of the day, they handled the pressure with consummate ease.
They did, and as you mentioned from last night with their short program, it just feels like they've got more time than everybody else does. And I think we saw that again today. Just nice long lines, nice long strides, and I think that's part of what lends, you know, to the ease of their skating.
Yeah, for anybody that's tried figure skating, you know how difficult the sport is, and if you're out there on your own or even if you're in a pair, It's a very difficult sport. You've got to be very precise, and it's very exacting. And just imagine doing the sort of things that these young ladies are doing out there in a team environment like that. It is phenomenal. What an achievement. Back-to-back world titles.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the ISU President, Jae-Yul Kim.
So Mr. Jae-Yul Kim, the President of the International Skating Union, the governing body of all aspects of the sport. And he must be a very proud man, very pleased with how the event has gone. This evening, the medals being presented now.
Julia Nitutpera.
So they'll all get one later.
Correct, yes.
It would take a while, wouldn't it?
It would take quite some time.
Petra Viitanen.
But they should all get them before they step off the ice so they can take some fun pictures and commemorate the occasion.
Fantastic silver for the Rocketas there, and
Julia Bernardo.
Julia Bernardo, the captain of Les Suprêmes, who must be so proud. Moment for her and her team. Yeah, it's gold. That's what you came here for.
Please welcome the President of U.S. Figure Skating, Samuel Auksher. He will award the flowers.
So Samuel Auksher, the President of the USFSA, the United States Figure Skating Association. And again, he must be delighted with how things have gone here. The organizing committee have done such a good job. And again, we talked about the people behind the scenes. To put on an event like this takes a whole host of people, doesn't it?
It really does, especially on the world stage. So hats off to them. They've done an incredible job, and everything seems to have gone so smoothly.
Always customary at ISU events, and
the remaining medals for the teams will be presented by the Olympic silver medalist in men's figure skating in Albertville, 1992, and ORDA Director of Sport, Paul Wiley. The 2022 Olympic bronze medalist in women's two-person bobsled, Sylvia Hoffman.
There he is, Paul Wiley. He's a character.
The Olympic silver medalist in men's double luge in Nagano,
silver medalist in
Gordy
Albertville.
Scheer.
Goodness me. He's looking well. It's good to see him. I hope he's got enough.
I'm sure they have the count just right. It is so amazing to see when they put the medals on each other. Just another moment that bonds them through history. Something they'll never forget.
Yeah, a magical moment here in Lake Placid, and you forget what a magical piece of ice this is. Olympic ice. The venue where Robin Cousins won Olympic gold. And of course, the scene of that amazing ice hockey match, where first of all the Americans beat the Russian team, and then they went on to win Olympic gold in the final. What a night that was. So there they are, the medalists of the 2023 World Synchronized Skating Championships here in Lake Placid. Wonderful picture.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem of
So now
the
the
champions.
anthem for the winners. Well, they were singing loud and proud, and yes, they are #1 again. Just amazing. Les Suprême from Canada. There was a few tears in the eye there, weren't there? I think there's going to be some mascara running tonight.
Probably. Although who knows? They've probably got waterproof mascara, but I'm sure they're going to have an enjoyable evening celebrating. Hopefully they get to see their family and friends and a joyous occasion, and again, just something they will never forget. Twice.
Yes, there you go. And we forget, don't we, when you look at this wonderful shot there of all these young ladies, they work together as a team, but there's an amazing camaraderie between the teams.
One of my favorite moments from award ceremonies are when the captains go and congratulate the other teams. It's just, it really is what sport's all about. It's the love of the sport, and you share it, and yes, you're competing against one another, but there is that camaraderie that comes between just all going for the same thing.
And the president of the International Skating Union getting in on the action. It really was a battle that went right down to the wire. Couldn't have been more exciting, and you couldn't have written it. The script was perfect. The setup from the short program. Just a perfect recipe for a great night in the free. There'll be some selfies now. If you lean over a bit, Danielle,
Do you think I could get in there?
Get in there. I think you could. Don't spoil it.
I could pretend I'm getting one of those medals
There
too.
you go. There you go. #1, Les Suprême. Just fantastic.
And then, of course, all of the waving to get the best pictures and make sure you don't miss any opportunities for a photo op.
Well, in a moment there'll probably be a lap of honor, just a chance for the teams to say thank you to the crowd. The crowd have been so supportive. It is one of the most appreciative crowds you're ever going to skate in front of, isn't it, at a synchronized skating event?
It is, because they understand where the athletes are coming from, and they want to see the best be the best, and they want to see everybody else striving to be the best.
Isn't that a fabulous moment? Coaches are out there. And you know, as a coach of a top team, how hard that these people have worked to get them to this stage.
Absolutely. I think, you know, they are the driving machine and driving force behind all of these athletes and teams. And it's nice when they get to take a moment in the spotlight as well.
Yeah, a chance for them to take a break now, the end of a really busy season. And it's one thing, isn't it, to win the world title, but then a completely different ball game to come in the next year and do it all again.
Yeah, I can't imagine the pressure, not only as an athlete, but as a coach. How do you top it? What do you do next? But they've clearly got something going on, right? Because they were able to do it 2 years in a row, and they were remarkable.
So I think the party's just started here in Lake Placid. Fantastic venue, and it has been a very special couple of days. So as they take their pictures and the flags come down, what was the highlight of the 2 days for you?
Oh, what a tough question.
Wow, put you on the spot now.
I know.
Well, there's been many. I think the Japanese performance in both, well, certainly in the short, was very good, wasn't it?
It was. And then I think Team Inspire in the free program from Sweden was just really innovative. Of course, the comeback from the Hayden Nets.
What a moment that was.
The whole event was remarkable. I don't think you could have asked for a better event from start to finish.
No, there's been so many high points all the way through. So much to admire. And skaters with nerves of steel at the end of the day, you've got to say. Congratulations to Team Unique getting their first world medal here in Lake Placid. The Roquettes who did everything they could to try and challenge the defending champions. But at the end of the day, Les Supreme came here from Canada, defending their title. And it just a remarkable achievement. Wonderful moments. Oh, didn't that program start so well?
It started so strong and had so many moments that were just so original and breathtaking.
But there they are, unbeatable at the end of the day in both the short and the free. Les Supreme, champions again. Fantastic stuff. Well, that wraps it up from Lake Placid. I hope you've enjoyed it. It's been a wonderful 2 days of synchronized skating. Thanks very much for your company, and all it leaves me to do is say thank you very much, Danielle. It's been a blast. Hope we get to do it again sometime.
It was such an experience, Chris. I had a blast sitting beside you. I can't wait to see what happens next season.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. So from Danielle and myself, Chris Howarth, thanks for your company. Until next time, goodbye.